Alrighty, welcome back everyone to Eberron the Fifth Age. I came this close to saying Eberron the Fifth Edition. I was that close.
Sure, no one would fault you.
Yes.
Eberron 5e.
Yeah, which is accurate.
5e, 5a.
Episode 9, Chained by Atcha. So we shall start the way we always start with a bit of a recap, if we can. And I will turn that to you guys. I believe at the start of our session, you guys were just journeying down into Kyber's Gate. So does anybody want to reiterate the events from there?
So by the start of last session, we had already linked up with Bao, right?
Yes.
And we were with him going down to Kyber's Gate, and this non-combat area is called...
Oh, I'll be impressed.
Let me see. I might not have taken a note of it, actually. No.
In the Shamsuk. No fighting in the Shamsuk.
Yes.
That is correct.
We've entered the Shamsuk, and we met with Fariz, aka Four Eyes, who appears to be a beholder who is green with 4 eye stalks, and is the leader of Dask. No, that's not right. I need to take that out, because he talked about Dask as if they were someone else entirely. But he's the leader of something.
He's certainly a higher up of Dask.
Okay.
He's definitely Dask.
Okay.
In fact, your purpose with meeting with him was
to discuss a hypothetical deal, a pipeline of dragon's blood to the King of Flame. But that was just our pretense for meeting him. We actually wanted to ask about a collection of goblinoids who was responsible for making away with a series of dragon shards that we were after. And he knew where they were, sort of. They were holed up in some ruin.
They're considered part of Dask, but separate from Dask as they're doing their own thing. And they're down in some pit somewhere, and we have the awareness of where they are, and now are seemingly interested in going and acquiring the shards and perhaps killing all of them to death.
Yeah,
I don't think we talked about killing them with Fariz.
Oh, I was going to go ahead. We may not have spoken that part out loud, but it was very well implied.
Okay. I was like, we'll report back and tell you what they're up to, but maybe that may involve putting a stop to them as well. I'm sure he wouldn't be too upset if we did that.
Like, I'm reporting back. They're all dead. Oops.
Also, I don't think we need to make this Fariz guy happy, because we did lie about a drug deal. I feel like we need to avoid Fariz forever now.
I mean, we could always go and, now we're not doing recap anymore, but we could always go and talk to the King of Flame and see if they would happen to want some dragon's blood.
Want to become drug dealers? Want to become suppliers of dragon's blood to the city?
Why do we even have
we seemed to hit it off with them last time.
Yeah, see, we could just conduct business out of there, and you can be the drug lord.
I'll set it up for, what was his name? Lot, and then in turn, he can make me the new flying person. Right?
The new
Until
racer.
my aberrant dragon mark manifests and my flying mount dies mid-race.
Vicious cycle.
So yeah, that's where we are. And then, of course, Voka got into a cage match over an old friend of his.
Yes, there was a shifter lady who was had vanished, and I assumed dead, but turns out not dead. And
Yet.
they were going to kill her in the ring, seemingly, so I had to intervene.
She might have won.
That is.
Her name was Frost Rain. Was her name?
That is correct.
That is all pretty accurate, except perhaps for one key detail you guys, I don't know, have either not mentioned or forgotten, which is a secondary arrangement that was made after that fight.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we met a new friend, an old friend of Pomvel Solanis, who agreed to help out. I forget that guy's name. The hobgoblin who's like a he's kind of like the Kalishtar, but like come at it from a different angle is the way I got it. They work in the dream realm, but they call it a different name. But there's some nasty things going on in the dream realm, and we agreed to help Solanis help figure out what's going on there.
That is all accurate. He did tell you about the Ool and the Dakan Ool.
I'd also expanded the Frost Rain agreement so that she's only serving as a chef for a period of time or something of that nature, not serving as a fighter in the pits until I can pay that off.
And the way you promised to pay that off
was checking on this other group and maybe implied that I killed them all. Maybe, I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you not say that you would offer the shards?
I don't believe I said I would offer the shards. I don't remember saying that.
Ooh, do we need to check the receipts?
Did I make that sort of promise?
I believe what he told you was that DAS raid that was unsanctioned, that came from said Dar goblinoids. The reason that is overlooked by Dask is because they paid tribute in the form of Frost Rain. And I believe what Fariz told you was, well, sure, you can have Frost Rain back if you give me what else they took in that raid.
Maybe this had slipped my mind, but sure, why not?
So we've promised this guy to run drugs for him and give him the dragon shards we want. Is that accurate?
Apparently.
That's how I recall it. But we can re-examine that later.
Maybe in the heat of the moment when the adrenaline was high, I didn't understand every single word that was saying.
We should probably talk about that in game because that has implications.
Before we go forward, I've been a little distracted here because I think I might be having an audio issue. I'm going to ask somebody in the audience here for confirmation. I don't know why it would be happening, but it seems like whenever you guys talk, it's coming also through my mic source, which would mean that we're getting double audio on you guys, which I would imagine sounds terrible, like echo. Which I don't know if one of you...
I can check. Dan, would you like to say a few words?
I would love to say a few words. Would you like me to say a few words again? A few words?
Seems fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely registering on OBS on the mic line. obviously when I talk, but also when you guys talk, which is unusual. But whatever. If it sounds okay, it sounds okay. And let's move on. Whatever. If it sounds okay, it sounds okay. And let's move on. Now that was an echo. Was that
Quite
you,
the
Chris?
delayed echo.
Was that?
Did I jinx us? Did I make more problems just by mentioning them? All right. Okay. Clear of echoes. Dope. All right. Oh, the comedy is so good. I mean, that can't be me.
It's definitely coming through Chris's.
Did you remute the stream?
I did.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we're good.
I was messing with Taylor because he thought it was good.
Oh, god damn it. Don't fuck with me, man. All right. Anyways. So, I think that did encapsulate pretty much everything that happened. Obviously, we are down one druid. I don't want to make it complicated to try and have Solanus returning when next week. So we're just gonna take the fade into the background kind of approach here, where just fade away and then fade right back in, and I'll send him a message. I'll give him an update on whatever he misses. So
Conveniently off screen for a bit.
yeah. So you are all in the Shamsuk. The battle has just recently ended, or rather, those negotiations. Voka, as you step out, you can see Val standing by the bar there. Thomvel, I think like the last thing you were doing was you went and checked that kind of back hallway area.
Yes, because I had noticed that hobgoblin who I met previously at the anvil had gone into that hallway while glancing in my direction.
And Rusty, what are you up to?
I think not too much. He was helping move the bodies off of the stage. I guess he's just trying to help clean up because he has a hospitality bot, so he's kind of like straightening up the ring and stuff. He's got not much going on at the moment.
Okay. Voka, Bao will. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, are we? Do we know where the this faction of Dask is? Like you said, it's in the city beneath the city, but do we know like exactly how to get there? Do we need to find that out, or can we just go?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you've been handed a map or anything. So.
Right.
Yeah, maybe some help could be in order.
I am quite exhausted, obviously. I feel as this has taken a lot out of me, so whatever plans we have, I hope some sleep is somewhere in there.
So I'm not near you.
Are you?
And like whenever we want to resolve that is fine, but like I am gonna like actually go down that hallway and peek through what appears to be a back door of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can make your way out there real quick. Take a look out. It is indeed a rear exit back into Kyber's Gate. Polygon reveal. I should be mastering that.
And this is just a weirdly like outdoors-esque yet like underground space.
That is right. It is. You are basically in a subterranean cavern with the ceilings so high that it does sort of have not exactly the claustrophobic effect as it goes hundreds of feet up.
A permanent night sky without the blue glow that I'm so used to.
That's right.
And that's
Do I see
outside
anyone?
the Shamsuk.
Yes.
That's
So
outside the Shamsuk.
There's fighting allowed here, so be careful.
You can make a perception check, Combo.
Okay. A 16.
Yeah, you glance about, and you know what? You see that this leads kind of into a back alley between a few buildings. It's generally pretty dark in Kyber's Gate. While there are lights along the main road, there is no moon in the sky or starlight. So it is difficult to see outside. However, at the top of the alley, you do see passerbys moving along, various generally destitute-looking goblinoids, mostly goblins, are the majority of the population. But one across the street at the edge that you can see the opening into the street from this alleyway, you can see one that seems to be lingering, sort of kind of near a kind of stall, small marketplace out there. It does seem to be glancing down the alleyway.
And he's across the street.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a step outside the door and then try to make prolonged eye contact with him.
He sees you. Kind of rolls his shoulders back, turns to the stall, seems to kind of browse through a couple of things there. But if you hold for a minute or so, eventually he kind of glances over his shoulder and looks back at you again. Kind of makes his way down the street at that point, out of this narrow field of view.
Away from me?
Yeah. Down the street. What's that look?
That's the should I split the party look. That's the should I go.
Honestly, this is also just like a really bad idea in character too, because I'm just like, I'm in a very strange place. I'm wandering away from the party. At this point, I am going to narrow my gaze, turn back to the door, and then go back inside and rejoin everyone else.
Sure. So you make your way back into the central chamber. Voka, I think Bal has kind of grabbed you as you left from Furries. He says, "That was well fought, Furball."
Duh. It's no less than what I am used to, though.
Really? I wouldn't consider Krek your average opponent.
No, he's somewhat larger than normal, but, I am used to dealing with more than one thing at a time, so it all evens out.
Battle isn't for the duelists. The reality of warfare is never clean or ordered. Frankly, it's why I don't find these pit matches interesting.
Is not something I would do by choice. My normal forays into physical activity is more in line with the sporting events, you know? Battle is always something different, yes?
Tell you what is interesting is this deal you've all made.
Is true. Maybe I am just the muscle in this configuration. Maybe we need to talk to everybody at once, but I can maybe answer or alleviate any fears you have.
Maybe so. He'll kind of look around, searching for eye contact with the rest of the party.
I'm gonna say that I just happened to return at this point and say, to what fears are you referring?
Well, can't say it's typical for someone to drop a name of a buyer in a theoretical deal. What do you think old Lot's gonna have to say about all this?
Well, that may depend on whether the deal were to be actualized. Though I suppose if it weren't, then Farees would want to have a word or two with this lot.
And what are you gonna do if he cuts out the middleman, goes to him directly?
Perhaps we do owe Lot a visit once this is all settled.
I'm sure he'd be happier hearing it from you lot than from Faree's folk.
He seemed friendly when last we talked. I doubt he would appreciate us making a deal like this behind his back, but if we can go and warn him for his own safety, then it should be better than nothing.
Should be. But I suppose there's no point worrying about what could be. More concerned about what you found out. Deal was just a pretense after all. At this point, he sort of lowers his voice as he leans in towards the bar.
Well, this group of, I suppose a smaller splinter group of Dask has apparently committed an unsanctioned raid and made off with the dragon shards. Farees doesn't quite appreciate this, and actively wanted us to go and check it out.
So, Four Eyes isn't taking ownership of this, huh?
Should he?
Well, I don't know. He's saying these aren't his men. Sure look like his men.
The gist of it is that it's perhaps gray area.
That's so.
It seems maybe we can make some forays or inquiries, maybe very violent inquiries.
Frankly, the organizational integrity of Dask is of none of my concern. I only wish to retrieve those dragon shards. And leave this place behind me.
Retrieve the shards for Thor.
Is planned,
Among
yes,
others.
amongst others. I mean, many interested parties in dragon shards, but our overarching goal is to get them to Thor eventually.
Eventually.
But first we must acquire them, you see.
Right. I'm going to say you guys can make a persuasion and or deception check. One of you may. See how confident he is in all this. Rusty, what's going on with you?
I think Rusty's talking to J17 right now. He's showing him the Crysteel sword, and he's like, "See, when I hold the sword like this, I can see what other people are thinking. Think of a number," and I'll cast detect thoughts on him.
Okay. All right, roll your hit die. I should.
My hit die?
Yeah. Just so you realize, when you do this and you expend a hit die, that's one less hit die that will be available during a short rest to heal yourself with. Just so you understand.
That makes sense. All right, that's my last hit die then.
It's okay. I am very persuasive. Super persuasive. Many numbers came up, 4 of them, in fact.
So you deal 7 damage to yourself.
What's the number he's thinking of?
The number he's thinking of is a natural 20 on his wisdom saving throw.
Well, I don't think there is a saving throw for the first detect thoughts. Hold up.
Oh,
that's only if I probe deeper for the wisdom.
Oh, you get the surface thoughts no matter what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. You sense confusion and disbelief as he sort of folds his arms and says, "I've only known one way a blade can pierce the mind."
What's that?
Aside from the main?
Oh, I see. Sword through the head. I get it. But think of a number. Watch this. This will blow your mind.
16. I'm not sure if now is the time for games. As he begins rubbing his forehead. Did you not notice those who seem to have been watching your companions? And at this point, a number does come into his head. It's 5.
5.
So you did see them.
No, that was the number you were thinking of.
Sure. That's the number I was thinking of, and you knew it because of the sword, and not because you saw the 5 that left the bar.
Correct. There was 5 that left the bar?
Yes, as you well know, 16, there's no need to be ridiculous. At this point, he begins to make his way up to the bar. Meanwhile, Volka and Thomvel up here with Bal. I'm going to consider you guys as helping each other. I'll take Thomvel's 16.
That was not a persuasion check.
Oh, that was your perception from earlier. Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like me to make a persuasion check? Yes.
Sure, or Volka can make a second one. I consider you guys helping each other.
I will make one. I rolled a 6.
I see that. Val kind of looks across you both. Right. So after you track down this group, the rogue, Takani, I'm sure you'll be gentle with them. And when you leave with the shards, I'm sure there'll be no temptation to say, bring them back to Old Four Eyes in exchange for your friend there, he says, nodding at Frostrain.
No temptation at all.
Right. Well, I'm sure you wouldn't mind checking in with Zalira or myself after you've done your little delving.
Yes, we still have, what is it, rock? Stone? Thing for talking?
Sending stone.
Well, that assumes we are still alive after the endeavor. This task has become more and more dangerous.
We never thought it'd be easy. I assume you're being compensated, aren't you?
That we are. We'll report back to Zalira regardless of the outcome of this foray.
What more could I ask? Says, giving a very slight and somewhat mocking bow.
Duh. Eventually, I assume I can always reacquire my friend with gold. Gold opens so many doors.
That it does. I think you're fortunate. I'm not sure if Reese is fully aware of what was actually taken in that ring. But Freeze doesn't always let on everything he knows.
It's good. We're all in agreement, yes? We have plan going forward. Also, I am very tired. Exhausted even. Obviously so.
I wouldn't doubt it after that. It's quite a bout. Well, don't let me keep you then. Have a drink.
We know where we're headed, and it doesn't seem that there is an urgent need to get there as soon as possible. So we should recuperate and head out as soon as we're ready.
At this point, Rusty walks up and he's like, "Friends, I have some disturbing news. Apparently, we have been being watched this whole time by 5 men at the bar. Apparently, they just left, but I think we should be wary going forwards. There may be an ambush in wait."
Not
We
men,
do stand.
says 17 as he steps up.
I can't say I'm too surprised. We do stand out here.
But I thought we stood out in good way.
Well, maybe they left so that they could throw us a surprise party.
And we've ruined the surprise.
Shame on
Going
us.
forwards, I think we should be careful as we leave this place. As you know, there is fighting allowed outside of this room. I guess I talk to Bao directly and say, "Bao, what is the most discreet way we can exit this room?"
Discreet.
It means without being seen.
I know what it means. I'm not sure what you're looking for. There's the front door and the back door.
If they left through the front door, then the back door, and I'll point over in the direction I just came from, would probably be our best option.
Do as you like. Makes no difference to me. Suppose the bouncers at least won't see you if you slip out the back. But if somebody's watching the place, they're going to see either way, weren't they? Have to be pretty brain dead only to watch the front door.
Well, if we can slip past where they, hypothetically, could be setting the ambush, the best they can do is continue to follow us.
Is old saying, best way to trigger trap is knowing trap exists. Attack into trap.
Do you think we should leave through the front then
Ah,
and confront them directly?
or see if they bother to confront us at all.
I believe we should be able to manage. They're only goblins, I say in a hushed whisper.
I am not concerned. I've already felled the bigger foe this day.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised, if it is true that they would confront us, that they would do so after watching that.
Don't underestimate them. Some of the goblin in the city are just that, slum folk, city urchins. No different than some low-born halfling. Dreams of being in the Boromar clan just to glimpse the middle ward. But the others, those who still believe in the Deccan, they come from a long line of warriors. Tradition of discipline. You do well not to underestimate them.
Then the back door it is. We should make haste.
Either way.
Very well.
Do as you like. If you'll excuse me, I have some finer details to discuss with old Four Eyes. This might be your first meeting, but it's more like my second home down here. So, I'll leave you to it. And I'm eagerly expecting your response, he says, and he kind of taps his hip, pushing his cape back, where you see that he too has his own stone.
What do I know about sending stones?
You can make an Arcana check.
Oh, wow.
The natural 20, 21 total. You know well that sending stones do act as pairs, which leads you to the logical conclusion that either Zalira or someone central, perhaps in Tavern Manor, must have a separate link to speak with Bal. It's not unlike how House Civis works in general, a series of these stones where messages are passed from station to station. They don't necessarily, sending stones don't necessarily all make a network. It's not like you can radio to an individual stone, but with organization, you can send a message to someone who's in a central position who can then send a message through a different pair of stone.
An operator.
Yeah.
Understood. I will nod and take my leave.
Rusty.
We're going out the back. Sorry, say it again.
Rusty 17 will kind of grab you for a second. 16, you mentioned that we stand out I think you're right. We are not the typical compatriots of a place like this. However, I would ask you if there is something else that you have noticed. Another reason that we might stand out. Our kind.
Have you seen any other forge down here? Are we the only ones?
I have seen no others. That is exactly what I meant. I would have expected to see more in a subterranean area like this. Many of us are in the cogs in the other districts below Sharn, and yet I have seen none in the gate.
What do you think that is?
I cannot say.
Perhaps we should be especially on guard then. There are some people who do not accept us, which I have learned. And I think my usual plan of killing them with kindness may not work in a place like this.
Agreed. Above, we may face derisive comments, but here, I think, more likely bolts and knives.
Do you think that maybe that's what happened to Stepper? Maybe she ventured into the gate?
We know she ventured into the gate. Why she was destroyed. Perhaps. But if it was mere prejudice, that must have been mostly coincidence. Obviously, she stumbled across something. The question is why did she come to the gate at all?
Perhaps maybe the reason we are here as well. Maybe she was drawn to the dragon shards.
But the shards would not have been here yet.
Then I don't know why. Regardless, we must keep our guard up. Like in the old days, you will have my back and I will have yours.
Yes. Like the old days. And he claps his hand on your shoulder. So.
Then I guess we start making our way outside through the back door.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys leaving? Or did you guys want to take a rest?
Question, do we want to rest here?
Do I notice a place where we would be able to safely rest? Is this like a tavern? An inn? Is there an obvious like...
It's definitely more of a tavern and less of an inn.
Right.
Taking a short rest here, yeah, you just sit down, just have a seat, maybe watch if another fight comes on or have a drink. You can consider it a short rest. A long rest? I don't know. Maybe ask. It's not really an inn.
There is that room with the that other guy. What's his name? Or something? Uthmander's room. We could go ask him if we could just take a nap in there.
If we want to, and I say this in game, if we want to find some place to lay low for an extended amount of time, are we better off looking around here in Kyber's Gate or leaving to the surface and returning once we're ready?
It's probably best we do not go too far from destination. So maybe move to another place more suited for us to take a extended stay.
Very well. I know nothing of this area, but There must be places that would suffice, at the very least.
We could always inquire.
I'd rather not ask too many questions of the people around here. We don't know who is, let's
In my
say,
experience, the one who knows the area the best is often the bartender.
he's been nice, right?
Seems fine.
I don't know. I don't drink.
He offered me rancid leg, but maybe that's just because it's all they have.
It may indeed be best to ask him first before we do anything.
Yeah, I'll go up to the bar and say, "Greetings, barkeep."
The big ogre behind the bar kind of looks to you and goes, "You want a drink?"
Yes, what do you suggest?
Ale, says, pointing at the big keg behind him.
I will take an ale. And also, I have a question for you. We are in search of an inn or somewhere to lay our weary heads for the night. Do you know of such an establishment?
Inn? Somewhere you can sleep?
Correct. A hotel, a motel, anywhere with a bed.
Hotel? Says with a confused look on his face.
Correct. Where can we find somewhere to sleep?
In the gate, you sleep in the streets, or hovels, some in the ruins.
This is exactly what I feared.
Oh, you too good to sleep in some ruins?
Were I a goblin like the rest of them, then I could do so discreetly. We're in no situation to just be sleeping on the side of the road, especially if there are 5 people supposedly setting an ambush for us somewhere.
Where do you sleep, good sir?
I sleep close to Foundry. Warmer there.
And where is this foundry?
You have to go deeper. And west is hard to know.
I look at the other two and say, what do you guys think? Sleep by the foundry or in the ruins?
Perhaps find something a bit more restful.
Say thank you for your time, the bartender. And I pay him. How much is an ale?
Couple silver. You throw like 3 silver or something like that.
3 silver. I give him 3 silver.
Actually, you know what? Forget that. This is Kyber's Gate. This is Kyber's Gate. We're talking like we're talking copper, baby. Yeah, nah, this is bottom tier.
Well, I slide him a silver anyways, and I slide the ale to Voka.
Sorry, cannot help. Gate not known for tourism. No hotels.
You've done more than enough, my friend. if it is a question of whether we're camping out, and I say this to the party away from him, whether we're camping out at the foundry or in the ruins, I would rather go somewhere where there are fewer eyes, which might imply heading to the ruins.
Agreed.
Neither is particularly safe, but one at least sounds like it would be more remote.
Do we pass the ruins on the way in? Do we know where that is, or do we have to find that out?
You know that they are beneath the surface that you walk on. These ruins have been built upon. Sharn is built over the ruins. So in a sense, you are already... In a sense, the Cog and Kyver's Gate is sort of the upper level of those ruins. But the idea is that you have to journey deeper.
So we shall go deeper into the ruins stealthily and quickly to avoid this ambush. And we will take a long rest. Agreed?
Yes, I'll keep an eye out for somewhere I suspect would be away from prying eyes. We may have to do some walking, though. Are you up for it, Voka?
No, it should be fine.
Let's go. Solanus, are you in?
Of course.
Yes. Lead the way.
I think we've spent enough time in this shady place. I don't. Solanus hasn't been around long enough yet for me to do a good impression of Solanus. I need to see more Solanus. As she just into the background.
Backs into the bushes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, you guys can make your way out. I think we could take a break here if you guys wanted. Pick back up in a couple minutes here.
Yes, my cat is upset at me, so.
Yeah, I broke the seal long before we started this session, so I could probably use a couple minutes. All right, be back in like 10-ish. Okay, very good.
Sweet. I think still have my second wind left, though, so I can get some back.
It's good.
Also ominous.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We return to Ever on the Fifth Age. So, the party has decided to make their way from Shamsuk, the Dask hideout in Kyber's Gate, making their leave from the back door, I take it?
Yes.
17 follows along with you. And I assume you guys are doing your best to be as sneaky as possible?
Lickety split.
As quick as possible?
Both.
We do walks.
Okay, if you want to be sneaky as fast as possible, then you can all make stealth checks with disadvantage.
No, okay, fine. We're just being sneaky.
Well, I make all stealth checks with disadvantage, so that works for me.
Yeah, Rusty can be loud, slow, or quick.
Ah,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and make some stealth checks.
you too, Voka? Do you wear heavy armor?
Yes, I do. Mighty 5.
I got a 4.
I got a 10.
Very good.
Mm.
So you guys make your way out into the bustling, relatively, street of Kyber's Gate. Across from the Shamsuk, you are entering into a somewhat open kind of courtyard. You see, Thonbell, you see that that market stall where the small goblin had been keeping an eye out on you guys. He's nowhere in sight at the moment. Seems to be a couple of barrels full of liquid, the strong odor of fish coming from them in the stall. A few dried specimen hanging
Ew.
from
Are they
the
getting
overtop
fish?
canopy. It is a little overpowering, strong smell of vinegar coming from that barrel, and you wonder why the need for so much preservatives. But you shake the thought off. As you make your way down, you're passing through a makeshift marketplace. There's a good bit of activity, cargo being moved back and forth, and friars of various things. Most of the goods look too shoddy for your consideration, and it's predominantly basic things. You hear someone crying out for thread and needles, and bread, the fish. It's mostly food items, basic living necessities. But one voice does catch your ear as you're passing through. Zinens, scrap and the like recovered from the midden. You know what they say, one man's trash. Oddities from all across Shaw. Rusty 17 stops and takes a glance, then turns to you. 16, look, he says as he points towards the stall. Amongst some other small goods you can't see, sitting propped up and dwarfing most of the other oddities he has, looks like a breastplate. But upon a moment of examination, even from a distance, you recognize this for what it is the chest of a warforged.
I immediately walk straight up to the shop owner.
And you see the small green-skinned goblin behind the stall. You can see a large pack leaning up against this ramshackle wooden display for what appears to be a handful of scraps. You see a couple of things, cutlery, soiled, even rusted. A receiver, it seems, broken and shattered, but still barely holdable. He greets you, this middle-aged, not quite young-looking goblin, says, "Ah, I see we have some visitors to the gate. A discerning eye. You looking for weaponry? This," he says, picking up that receiver, cutting-edge technology from House Caneth. Simply point it at your enemy, he says, shouldering it and swinging it across the lot of you. You'll make them think twice, I can tell you that much. But you better hope you don't have to shoot twice. Can be a little bit difficult to load, he says as he sets it down.
I am not here for weaponry. I am here to ask why you are displaying the corpse of one of my family in your shop.
Corpse. See corpses. I smell no corpses.
I pick up the breastplate. Where did you get this?
What do you mean, where'd I get it? What are you trying to imply? Hey, look, scavenging's legal, sanctioned in the gate, all right? I'm not one of these back alley purveyors up there. I'll have you know everything is above the board and completely legal.
Rusty, this is not particularly discreet.
You may be right. But I am taking this, and I pick up the breastplate and I put it under my arm.
Whoa, hold on there. That's one of the best things last fall. If you're taking it, then you're paying, right?
How would you feel if I ran a shop full of goblinoid parts?
Goblinoid parts? Wow. I think you were one sick son of a bitch.
Then you understand how I feel.
Why? Because I'm carrying a breastplate I found in the midden?
Where did you find it? Exactly.
What? Yeah, that set off some alarm bells. I'm doing an insight check.
Sure.
Was he literally? I mean, I know he wasn't exactly just doing that, but that looks sketchy as hell. So I'm gonna be like, I want to see if he actually just found this breastplate or if there's something more going on here.
Go ahead, roll an insight. Yep, 16. He certainly seems a little anxious now that Rusty has plucked up the chest piece. Seems a little nervous as he looks across the lot of you, but doesn't seem to be lying about having scavenged the thing.
Reasonable.
Hey, look, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm happy to see someone who's so anxious for one of my pieces. I'm sure we could arrange something. Happy to part with this on peaceful terms.
How much, and tell me exactly where you found it.
Huh. If you want to know where I found it, well, that's certainly going to increase the price. I mean, you wouldn't ask a prospector where the nearest vein is, would you?
Where did you find it? And I'm gonna like draw myself up, and I'm gonna turn my eyes red. I want to try and intimidate this guy.
How are you turning your eyes red?
Thing I've established I can do that.
Can you?
Yeah, when I get angry.
Sure. You loom up big and tall. Go ahead, roll an intimidation check.
He doesn't have eyebrows. He has to express his emotions somehow.
That's a 5.
He kind of looks across you all as a little. You stand up tall and you kind of, as if you were pushing all your blood up to your forehead, trying to do this angry face. A little, as a spark kind of sputters of your head as you look down at him. Kind of looks across the rest of you. Is there something wrong with him? Kind of seems like he's apart.
I will step in to help my friend Rusty, as this seems to be important to him. So I will turn upon the goblin, and I will speak to him in a booming voice, with the ground trembling and my eyes turning red, because I can do these sort of things. And say, please answer the man's questions.
Like that?
In a louder voice, more intimidating.
As this magical display begins, I'm just frantically like looking around, ducking behind the stall as much as possible, seeing if like people are taking notice around us.
Make a perception check, Tomvel. Volka, the goblin, cringes a little bit from the display, but then stands back up and says, you know, maybe you're used to pushing my kind around up top, but down here, this is the place of the goblins. And like I said, this is a legitimate business. Anything found in the midden is considered to be owned by he who scavenges it. Now, I won't just sit here and be robbed.
Well, if I were to find you in the midden, would I own you?
If you could haul me out, I suppose you would. But
So if I found your arm in the midden somehow, I would own that.
Sure, I've seen an arm down there before.
How much for the breastplate?
Well, it's one of the best parts of them all. And it's clearly very important to you. Suppose I could part with it for, say, 15 gold? You can see he's almost nervous as he says it. Kind of biting his nails.
To like get an indication of like, is that a good price? Because I don't know anything about money. Like, is that good?
Is not good price. He's trying to gouge you based on your personal connection.
17 leans in, says, small price for what it could mean for this forge. Perhaps you should check if it's what we want.
Can I inspect the piece a little bit? Like do an investigation, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a nat 20 minus 1, 19.
Very nice. As you hold it up and take a look across it, turning it over in your hands, it's heavy, made of metal, but not completely hollow. It is, after all, not truly just a breastplate as it might appear from a distance, but rather the torso of a forged. Damaged for sure. In fact, as you look across the surface of the metal, it seems pitted, brittle, corroded, not rusted, but damaged somehow across its surface. The sheen isn't there. The enamel's been worn away. And turning it around here into the inside, moving past some of the more biotic components within, on the inside of the breast, carved into the metal, 3 digits. S3R.
Damn. Look at 17 and say, "This is her. We found her."
But not all of it.
I look to the shop owner and say, "I will give you 10 gold, and I will not destroy your shop."
No, you won't destroy my shop. No, it's very gracious of you not to simply steal and destroy my livelihood. Such a kind forged. I can see why you're so popular. 10 gold's daylight robbery. It's a real rarity, you know. It was extremely heavy. It wasn't easy to bring that, even in my pack. But I could take 10 gold for this. I could. But it's not all you want, is it? You want to know where the mitten is. Find the rest, don't you?
I do.
Well, perhaps what would you pay for a full set, as it were?
Do you know where the rest of the remains are?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
I take out 30 gold and I put it on the table and say, "Where are the remains?"
50 and I'll take it.
I put the rest of the 50 down.
Okay. Sure. I can show you there. But you have to follow. The mitten can be dangerous. The canals are... Well, there's a reason not everyone is a scavenger, isn't it? It's to be crafty,
No.
like old Gretna.
No. Hold on. You can't expect us to just follow you.
And
How are
what
we supposed to
else?
know you won't lead us into a trap?
How are you supposed to know that? How am I supposed to know you're not about to punch me in the jaw and take everything I have here? Oh,
Does he have a whole market stall full of stuff?
I see how it is. Yes, he does.
Okay.
Little goblin, so you assume I'm some conniving schemer. I've told you I'm a businessman.
I'm
Deal's
sorry,
a
I
deal
did
if you
not.
ask me.
I did not wish to make assumptions about your entire race, and I apologize, and I deeply bow. However, this is a family member of mine, and you are displaying her corpse in your shop, maybe you can understand why I am upset.
Sure. I suppose I could understand that. I'll have you know this is exactly how I found it. Wasn't me who did anything to your family.
Then you shall take us there at once.
Sure. If that's what you want, he says, reaching up for the bag of gold. Kind of hesitates a little bit as he puts his hand out. He quickly snatches it up, opens it up, and starts kind of looking through.
I'm just like glaring at Rusty.
Big toothy grin splits his face. Sure. See, now that's worth the passage. Now I can show you for sure. He says, just let me get packed up real quick. As he reaches towards this massive pack at the side that he kind of... As he puts it on, it's like twice his size, towering up over him, kind of... imagine Death Stranding. Imagine too many crates in Death Stranding, just towering up on your back. A lantern dangling out in front of him as he ties the pouch at his hip. Says, well, if the deal's been made, then, well, and we're going to be traveling together, then, well, I'm Grekna, and I'm happy to show you to your friend. So you can...
I don't
Greetings,
suppose...
Grekna.
Sorry. I don't suppose your silence comes with this deal.
Silence.
Any of your friends ask where you got all that coin, you won't tell them who gave it to you.
Won't tell them what? That a couple of surface dwellers came down looking for a carapace.
That's exactly what you won't tell them, yes.
Sure. No need. Deals I make are, well, as long as I can keep track of the financials at my leisure, there's no need for loose lips. Besides, if you really are spending such liberal amounts of coin, perhaps I could help you in the future. Wouldn't want to give up such a good client, would I?
We'll see.
Perhaps. Rusty's eyes turn back green, and he gets back into his state now that he's realized that this guy didn't actually kill this Warforged.
He doesn't look like he could.
Yeah. Say, apologies, Grekna. I believe I started on the wrong foot. My name is Rusty. Nice to meet you.
Oh, sure. Pleasure. Bygones be bygones.
If you are ever up on the surface, look me up at the Grey Dragon. Maybe I can repay your kindness. Now, please show us the way.
Sure. That's what you want. I could take you. Well, follow me. We'll have to be going deep down into the canals. But not as nearly as deep as it goes, but, you know, where all the filth comes pouring. The refuse of Sharn are the treasures of the Cape.
If it is a long journey, do you know somewhere along the way that we may make camp for the night? We are a little worse for wear at the moment.
Well, camping? Sure. Nobody's exactly regulating those who stretch a mat down in the ruins below. Sure, we could find a spot. Best be on your watch. The silent roam through the canals, as well as other local native fauna, shall we say.
look to the rest of the party and say, "Is this acceptable to you? You do not need to follow me on this quest, but this is where I must go."
I will be right behind you, says 17.
It's best if you were there for me, so I will be there for you.
Wouldn't do well to go our separate ways while we're down here.
I appreciate that, and I bow deeply at both of you, one after another.
Well, if everyone's in agreement, then perhaps we should be on our way.
I'll be watching you closely, you know.
Oh, well, I wouldn't have it any other way.
For everyone's sake, yes.
Sure. Nothing to worry about from old Gregna. I told you, I'm an above-the-board businessman. I'm happy I had something so valuable to you. Stars aligned. You know how it is.
I'm gonna take Stepper's torso, strap it to my back. I don't want him carrying it.
Yep, and it is definitely yours now. 17, as you guys begin to follow the goblin as he kind of scurries ahead, waving, "Nope, this way." 17 walks alongside you. It seems that we are certainly too late for S3R.
It does appear that way. However, we cannot allow her body to remain in this place. She deserves a burial, like everyone else. And also, we need to find out what happened to her to prevent it from happening to any more of our family.
I'll say that the party can make a religion check. Rusty, you can do so with advantage.
I got a 12.
So got 12.
17.
Rusty, being a warforged yourself and having spent time in the last war with a battalion of others like yourself, you know that warforged are not like other mortals, that some have been known to be revived months after their death. You know that this requires at the least the head and the chest of the forged.
Instead of 17, there's still a chance her head may be intact. It may not be over for her yet.
Let's hope so. Perhaps Anatar, you got. As Morton furiously looks for notes about Anatar.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was like, I know that name, Anatar.
You've heard the name before, just a few days ago, from Smith.
From Smith, who is a priest of Anatar, who maintains the pool of Anatar's tears in the cogs. I got
Right.
notes. I got notes for days.
Very good. I'm so impressed. As you guys make your way from this marketplace, Samvel, you feel an odd sensation looking about. There's a din to the market, much chatter, and those merchants crying their wares. Off to the side of the street, you can see a harpy with a bowl at her feet as she sings a haunting melody. A few passing toss copper inside. And as you look about, you can't help but feel a warmth on your neck, and itching as of someone watching. Your ears are burning, Famvel. And almost before you hear it, you know the presence behind you, as a voice piercingly cries out, Chaton! You turn to see the hobgoblin captain standing in the street behind you. In his hand, the sword that you once took from him, but wrapped around it, a barbed chain, so tightly that you can see blood dripping from the hilt, the length of which extends across the ground into a curled whip in his other hand. As he looks at you with fury in his eyes, two smaller goblins stand behind him, bows upon their backs. He looks at you and shouts, Atcha! As you face him, he points with his blade. A soldier disarmed is a soldier disarmed. As he spits on the ground. Unwise to journey down into the gate, Chaton.
Friend of yours.
I hold my blade at the ready and nod to Voka, and I say, what is it this time?
What is it this time? This time it is my son. This time it is a grand fate. As he gestures at you.
Oh, it's fate? Is it fate that we just happened to meet in the streets of your home? I have my own errands to attend to. You can run along.
I'm afraid not. You could have escaped my notice well above. But here, to come to my home, to the Joshurat, is a taunt beyond forgiveness. No, I think not. Today, Pachamo, I will give you great honor. The honor to die on the blade of Rui Hurus of the Keftakan. His head darts upwards towards some of the buildings on your sides. You! As you look upwards, you see the flashing lights piercing through the darkness of the Kyber's gate as something whistles behind you. You hear the sound of shattering glass on either side of you as flames erupt from the ground. You see the forms of two goblins already positioned on the roofs beside you. As I now reveal several things. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. You can all roll your initiatives. Unless you have like quippy one-liners or something.
I do, but I'm gonna wait for my initiative to say
Okay,
it.
cool. Let's see here.
I'm gonna say to Grekna, friend, maybe stay behind me.
I forgot to select my token, but I rolled a 7.
Okay.
Ooh, it's a 20, baby. Not 20.
Very nice. Morton, are you going to be running J17 here?
Yeah, I can do that. How do I do that exactly?
So you should probably open up a second tab and go into D&D Beyond, and then go to the campaign, and you should be able to see the other characters, right? You can just open up J17. There's a sheet there, which, by the way, I think I should probably forgot to update the extension. I don't know if I can do that stream, but I'm going to try. Sorry, boys. Atrocious stealth rolls, atrocious perception checks. You get ambushed.
Just like in the plan. It doesn't look like I can see his character sheet.
You
I can
cannot.
see it, but I don't have an option to view his sheet.
What do you have an option for? Is there anything when you click on it?
View user profile. The only other sheet I can see is Solanas' sheet. So I guess she's got whatever permission checked.
Okay, let me see what permissions on this thing are. Just rolling. Yeah. Character privacy. Yep. All right. Public. And then go ahead and try that again.
Nothing yet. Give it a second.
Yeah, go ahead and refresh that. In the meantime, who am I missing? Oh, well, none, because it's the three of you. Well, you can roll
And
for...
Grekna.
And Grekna. And you can roll for
Don't forget
J17
Grekna.
once you get in there.
Yeah, still don't see it.
Maybe I should back out of the sheet. I don't know. I'll go to my campaigns. Can anybody else enter J17's sheets?
I cannot select J17.
Same.
If I sent you a link to his sheet, I wonder what would happen then. Let's try it. I have marked him to public. There should be no reason you can't see it.
Let me refresh.
If you haven't tried refreshing, you should definitely try that.
Yeah, I've been refreshing and going back, but still nothing.
I don't know. See what that does.
You did make this sheet in Roll20, yes?
No, it's in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, the link you sent me didn't work either. It says page not found for some reason.
Does anybody know what I have to do this? I don't understand why it's so difficult. Whatever, let's do this. You can export to PDF, right? Yeah, click to
That works.
copy. Let's
Do it the
see if this
old-fashioned
works. I don't know if that works. Click to download. Save file.
I have J17 sheet.
How'd you get it?
Going to it from D&D Beyond. Here, try this.
Oh, I got it too. Yeah. It just took like a couple minutes to.
There you go.
I'm in.
Testico. Congratulations. All right, let me finish rolling initiatives. Oh, yeah, initiative
Sweet.
120. That's what I meant to do. What is happening? There we go.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm in. So I rolled for J17. 12 is the initiative. Or I guess
13.
13. It works out to be the same.
All right. Bum, bum, dum, 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 dum. Just giving you guys some battle music. All right. Mike, it looks like you're gonna have a double turn. I don't know if that's great considering you haven't even looked at the sheets. Would you like me to just move his initiative down so you have some time to look at his sheet? I mean, it's technically not in your advantage to sacrifice initiative, but if it makes more sense, we'll just do it.
Yeah. Move him down if you don't mind, because I'm reading. He's got some cool stuff.
He's a whole nother class, so we'll put him after Thomville.
Cool.
Oh well, too bad initiative didn't make a little bit more sense. But whatever. Alrighty, just focus on Rusty for now, because Rusty, you are first up.
So, what do I see? Do I see the goblins popping up with arrows and stuff? Do I know that we're about to fight?
Oh yeah, I don't think it's in doubt.
I look to Thomville and say, "Is this the fight that is necessary?"
Hardly. Well, I suppose it is to them.
Then fight we must. And I'm gonna take a look at the goblin archer right above me, up there. I'm gonna open my left hand. I'm gonna blast a net at him.
At the one, which one? The one on over here?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to walk a little closer to do it.
What's the range of that net? Because that's maybe 30 feet
15. Oh, it's 30 feet up?
Yeah, he's standing on a roof.
Oh, never mind then.
Maybe 20 feet up. 30 feet would be like a 3-story building. I don't know if it's that big.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stand in front and say, walk right up to this guy and say, "We do not need to fight. I do not know why your issue with my friend here, but this fight is unnecessary." I'm gonna walk up to him. I'm gonna prepare a dodge action.
You're
Maybe
going to
getting ready for if he
prepare a
swings at
dodge
me.
action.
You can just take the dodge action.
Yeah.
Or is it just take? Okay, yeah. I just want to give him a chance not to fight, but if he does swing on me, I want to be ready.
You might want to, let's go ahead and look up the dodge action because he's swinging at you immediately. In fact, as you step closer to him, you trigger one of his abilities. And you're going to need to make a dexterity saving throw as he begins to hurl the chain over his head.
Dexterity saving throw.
Which I don't know if a dodge would affect at all.
Make dexterity saving throws with advantage.
Nice, it sure does.
Boom. I made the right play. Dex save throw. I got +0. Let's go. I'll take the 9.
I'm afraid not. With a 9, as you approach, the chain swirling over his head whips forward, wraps around your leg, and he yanks, knocking you down, pulling your leg out from underneath you, knocking you prone as he then pulls forward and draws you
in front of him, prone.
When that happens, I'm gonna activate my second wind and be like, okay, it's happening. The fight's on. And then I'm gonna heal my D10.
You know, that was supposed to be a strength saving throw, but it wouldn't have changed anything with your rolls.
It might have. I got a +5. That would have been a 14. Not enough.
You have a +5 for strength saving throws?
I do.
He's proficient, yeah.
That actually does meet the DC, actually. You are not prone. Congratulations.
I like to imagine he like wrapped it around my leg and tried to pull me off my feet, but just didn't move at all because I'm too heavy.
Wait, but it's a strength saving throw, so you wouldn't have had advantage. Oh, but the 9 was the first thing you rolled. It's fine. Yeah, you pass.
Cool.
Complicated game.
Complicated game.
Math.
But yeah, I'm right up in this guy's face, just being the bullet sponge as I do.
All right, is that your turn?
I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay. First are the 2 goblins up top. They look down over and dart to the edges of these buildings and pull out their short bows, taking shots at those below. One will go at J17 and one will go at Voka. That's a miss on 17 and a 23 to hit Voka.
This will hit.
Okay, and he will deal 5 piercing damage as the arrow comes down from above, catching just beneath your pauldron at an odd angle, going into your not forearm. What do you call this? Bicep. Yeah. The 2 Golindar behind the captain will move next. They will dash up. Yeah. I'll say one will go here. Oh, yeah, I forgot to add a turn for Grekna. We'll roll that in a second. And one will go here. Yeah. One attack on each of you. Let's see. Metal is vocal. All right. That is a 21 to hit Thomvel and a 15 on Voka.
That hits me.
Okay.
Me.
That's 5 slashing damage to you, Thomvel, as the creature darts forward with a war cry, slashes low, and catches or rakes the side of your leg before darting back quickly. Voka, you're able to snap the arrow out of your arm and toss it at the goblin as he runs up, distracting him just long enough as he and swings wildly as you take a step back quickly. I don't know. I thought that was cool. What do you think? Is that too much? Is that too much control over you?
I'll go for it.
I don't know about combat narration. Sometimes I'm nervous.
It's fine. It works.
Lastly, the captain. He will begin to whirl the chain around himself, whipping in a cyclone around himself. Rusty, the barbed edges of this chain begin to force you backwards. Make it, for real this time, a dexterity saving throw.
Dex throw. 4.
That is a fail, as you are forced to retreat from the chain swirling around him, lest you be struck by it. You are forced back 5 feet. He then moves over this direction, re-engaging with you, and taking the momentum of the chain and whipping it down, not just on you, but in a line. Both you and Voka can make dexterity saving throws once again.
18.
That's a success.
15.
That is also a success. As he slashes down, you both pop to the side. However, he follows it up with an attack with the long sword in his other hand on you, Rusty. With a 15 to hit.
So again, 15 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
That does not hit.
He sort of growls as he looks across you. But that is his turn. Thomville, you are up. Rusty, take a look at that sheet.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I look at the hobgoblin captain and I say, try as you might to graft the sword to your arm, I can still remove it if I take your arm with it. And I'll put my hand to my face and grip my blade very tightly, and my whole body will glow like a cyan color. And I'm actually doing two things at once. I am using all of my lay on hands points to heal myself. 10, I think. Actually, I have 15, right? It's in my actions.
I believe you would have 5 times your level.
Yes. So I'm using all 15, which puts me at 27 out of 28.
That's a bonus action.
That is an action.
Okay.
And then for my bonus action, I'm casting Divine Favor on myself. And that is causing my sword to glow a cyan color.
And can you throw Divine Favor? Is this the one that gives you the D4s?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, throw it up
link it.
anyways, though. I don't necessarily
Yeah.
remember it. Oh,
Did
you know
that
what?
put
I'm
it in
supposed to
the...
be...
How do I... Remind me how to put the whole spell description in chat?
There is a
Display on
There it is.
VTT.
Yeah.
Bonus action, concentration, RZ with Divine Radiance, until the spell ends. Yep, all checks out. All right, is that your
That
turn?
is all I can muster.
Okay. Very good. J17 enters the battlefield.
All right, J17 will cast Create Eldritch Cannon. So I'm like to imagine like how Rusty pulls his warhammer out by going into his torso and like taking a chunk of metal out of him. J17 does something similar, but this chunk he pulls out grows little legs and he puts it on the ground and looks up and starts looking around like that. And it is a Eldritch flamethrower that has his legs. So I don't know if you have a token for that.
Let us see what I have for that. We got a thing that doesn't look very D&D, but will do in a pinch. It is, after all, a cannon. This looks kind of like a flamethrower. Where are you placing it? I will give you control of it.
Cool.
There you go. You should be able to place it how you
Put it
like.
right there.
Mhm.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to use it to shoot a cone that's going to hit this goblin and the main hobgoblin guy, if I can do that.
Can you put the description of that flamethrower ability up? Because I'm pretty sure that cone is not just going to hit them.
Well, I was kind of like aim it straight down, so like the edge of the cone hits it. It's
I'm not sure. Let me
15-foot
read that
cone.
description.
I don't know if I can put it. I'll just copy and paste it.
Ah, yes, the Eldritch Cannon Flamethrower.
Hold, please. Hold, please. Yeah, it's not letting me put it in there. 15-foot cone of fire is what it says. Each creature takes 2d8 fire damage, half that on a dex save. Cannon can walk or climb 15 feet as part of its bonus action.
Okay, let's do this thing.
There it is.
All right. So let's stretch. Oops. Stretch this so that it makes sense. Okay, so that's what a 15-foot cone of fire looks like. So we will, hold on, but I'm going to do this thing where this is kind of hard to do. So that's what it looks like, which means that you're hitting yourself with it.
Now, can you aim it straight down, like not at an angle?
Can,
Like rotate that shit.
yeah, I'm working on it. This ain't easy.
Yeah, like that. That's what I'm thinking.
You could do that. It comes out. I assume that this is correct. It comes out from where the space the turret is, right? So if you point it down, it looks like that.
Yeah. So I'll put the
So
turret.
you can either hit nobody or you
There.
can hit yourself and the two of them.
Like that, and then move the cone up
There
in space.
you go.
There you go. That's what I'm
Not
talking
that-
about. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. And I assume that they
Made
make
it
dexterity
work.
saving throws.
Yes.
All
What
right.
else is wrong one?
I have. Oops, let me get my sheets. I have a 12 for the captain, I think. Yes, and an 11 for the goblin. Probably both fails. Does it say about the save DC? Man, I need to look at this ability.
Yeah, it's 13.
Okay.
13 dex.
They fail. So they take how much
Take
damage? Go ahead, roll
5
damage.
damage.
5 for both of them. Fantastico. All right. Now, to not get it confusing, we'll move that away. You can't see that anymore, can you?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Is that it?
Yep, that's it. The cannon's his bonus action.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I forgot to add a turn for this boy, so we'll put him down here. Voka, you are up.
Okay. So, how high off ground is this man on roof?
30 feet,
I'll
right?
say I'll say 20 feet up to the top of them.
20
30 is
feet.
maybe a little too high.
Big roof. Okay. I will step
2
up
stories.
and I will smash this one's head in with my sword, which is imbued with lightning.
Sure. Make the attack roll. 23
23.
will definitely hit him. So that's 6 slashing damage and 7 if he moves.
7 if he moves. Okay, I will continue movement, and I will move here, and invoke attack of opportunity if he chooses to take some.
He will. He misses with an 11.
Okay, then I will end my turn.
Alrighty. Grekna will whimper Look back and forth across the other goblins, look up at the roof, turn around, see the flames, and rush into the corner here and kind of curl up behind like a barrel there on the side of the building and kind of poke his head out. And then dodge behind it again.
Ah!
Rusty, we're right back to you.
All right. I'm gonna look at this main hobgoblin guy and say, "Oh, I guess we're fighting." And then he's gonna go in his back, pull out that big chunk of metal, and now he has his warhammer equipped, and he's gonna take a swing at this guy.
The big dude.
14 to hit.
14 is a miss as he bats it aside with his sword. He raises his blade to meet yours, catches the edge of the hammer, and turns it, sort of forcing your arm down for a moment. Kind of looks at you and do not stand between and my glory.
I will stand between you and my friends any day.
Just kind of snarls.
And that's it. Huh?
He just kind of snarls back at you. Alrighty. Another round of arrows will fly out. One at you, Rusty, and one at, we'll say 17. Rusty first. That is a natural 20. You receive 10 piercing damage.
Oof.
That is a 19 to hit J17. He will receive 5 piercing damage.
I can't change it on the sheet. I'll just write it down.
The lower level goblins will take their turn. Let's see. Yeah. One will circle in this way, and the other will move up following you, Voka. And they will both take attacks. Thomvel first. That is a 23 to hit. Voka, that is a 14.
He took the 7 thunder damage.
Yeah, I suppose he would have.
I get hit.
His miss.
For 5 slashing damage. The captain will once more swirl the chain around him. Actually, I don't think he needs to. Instead, he doesn't even need to do that. He'll just move this way and bring his whip down across both Rusty and Thomvel. Go ahead and make dexterity saving throws.
Does it also hit the cannon?
Before I do that, I
the
need to
cannon
make,
is in. I forgot the cannon has health and stuff.
I need to make a concentration check. 'Cause I took damage.
Oh, sure.
And is that a saving throw or a constitution check?
Constitution saving throw. If you had proficiency in the saving throw, it would apply.
It doesn't matter for me actually, because I'm a paladin. Oop. Well, that's a 6, so I probably lose concentration.
You sure do.
And then I make a dexterity saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
21.
That's a success. I have no idea how your turret makes. All right, I'm opening up Artificer. Actually, I did
It doesn't have
earlier.
any stats. It has an AC though. Does it do damage?
It does if you fail the saving throw. Yeah. So, let's see. I'm sure it does have some kind of stats. Determines whether it has legs. Blah, blah. You can take bonus action. You can
So magical object.
I think it just has.
It's an AC of 18
AC
and hit
and
points
hit
equal to
points.
5 times the level, so it has 15 health and AC 18. What did I do? 15, 18. And if it is forced to make an ability check or a saving throw, treat all its ability scores as 10. So it can make a dexterity saving throw. You can do a roll on its behalf. It has no
flat?
modifier. It's a flat d20 roll for its dex save. It's a fail.
6.
And then Rusty, for yourself, make a dexterity saving throw. Oh, you did. Is that what the 5 is from earlier, or was
5.
that something else? Okay, that's a fail as well. So Thomvel, you're good, but Rusty and the turret both take 6 slashing damage as the whip comes down. The barbs piercing, lodging themselves briefly as he yanks his arm back and retracts the length of it. Are you still up, Rusty?
Rusty's still up. Rusty's at 3 HP, but Rusty's still up.
Very good. Thomvel, you are up. 17 is on deck. Oh, yeah, that's not ordered right. There you go. 17 is on deck.
So as I get scraped and lose my concentration,
Oh,
I
there's 2
will avert my eyes and look distracted for a moment, but then lash out ferociously at this goblin, spinning in a clockwise direction, attacking twice.
Go ahead. 2 attack rolls.
23 and 21.
Those are both hits. So
Unfortunately,
2d4
I only
and
deal
1d4,
normal
right?
damage. So 2d4,
I only deal 3d4 this round. Plus
1d4. Yes.
plus 6.
8
What's your
and 7.
What's your strength modifier? Yeah, 3. Or dexterity modifier? Yeah. I'm only dealing 3d4 plus 6 this round. It's pretty good.
Yes.
8 and 7 for a total of 15. You demolish this thing. It is barely clinging on. You can see that it is at the door of collapsing after your assault. Is that it?
No, that's not it. I am going to swing around here, actually.
Okay.
Hopping between I'm just weaving my way through there.
Sure. And circling like that doesn't trigger the opportunity attack of the goblin, but it does trigger the unique chain whip ability of this Dakani chain master as he lashes out at you with his chain as you pass through his attack radius. You can make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
A natural 1. The chain wraps around your foot, pulls you prone as he yanks you and draws you directly to him.
Great. Love that.
17, you are up.
Rusty looks at 17 and says, "Get the archers." And J17 says, "Okay." And then he's going to cast Jump on himself.
Very nice.
I believe that should be enough for him to get up top.
Yes. Is Jump an action or a bonus action?
I think it's an action.
Okay. Yeah, he can absolutely get up. Is he going left or right?
He's going... Which is the one that critted on Rusty? Because he's going for that one.
The one on the left. I'll decide suddenly.
He's going up there. He's just gonna straight up vertical leap up here. But that was his action. As bonus action, the turret is gonna walk over here and shoot another flamethrower blast at the Dakani Chainmaster. In that downward angle, just to hit him.
I believe you can. I think I gave you control of this, so you can actually freely adjust this until it makes sense for you. Like that.
Perfect.
There you go.
It's a dex save of 13.
He fails.
He takes 9 flame damage. Fire damage.
All right, I have to move this because I can't get to him. That would put him at... There we go. Sorry, I don't know why that was so hard to subtract 9. I'm just going to kind of leave this thing over here. By the way, I think I gave you control of it.
Right,
Can
cool.
you move it around?
I like to imagine this thing is... This little contraption is actually a little bit adorable until it opens up its mouth and blasts these big fire blasts. It's got like little cute crab legs, basically.
Yeah, it would be adorable if it wasn't breathing flame everywhere.
And this turn.
Okay, Voka, you are up. And Rusty, you're on deck. This initiative didn't really work out.
Will attempt to stab this man in the same manner as before. To skewer him with longsword. 13.
A 13 is a miss as this goblin ducks low underneath your blow and looks at you, his curved scimitar kind of dancing as he tosses it back and forth between his hands. Says, "Come on, come on."
Okay, I'm coming. End turn.
Grekna will peer out once more, but cower behind the barrel. Rusty.
Rusty is pretty wary of this guy with the big whip, and he wants to try and lock him down. So he's going to shoot a net at him. Let's go for these nets.
The big guy? Yep. And, oh yeah, it's just an
23 to
attack
hit.
roll, right? Yeah, that'll hit.
Mm-hmm. Now he is restrained.
Why do you always force me to look up how nets work?
I can post it.
Never remember.
Restrained until free. He can use his action to make it strength check or slash it for 5 damage to break free.
Let's see what restrained is. Yeah. Well, no, it's okay. It's better than grappled, but not as bad as. But not as good
It's
as
not as good as
paralyzed.
stun, but it's
Or stun.
yeah.
Okay. Yep. He is as the net goes over him. You see him. You've certainly stopped his. Yeah, you've thrown it over him, and he's trying to keep the momentum of the chain going, but it doesn't make sense anymore as you've covered him, pinning his arms too far down for him to keep swinging that thing. Okay, it has a speed of 0. I've got it up here. Thank you, though.
Cool.
Alrighty. The goblins will make their moves. This one here will take a slash at J17 and a miss with a 9. The one on the opposite rooftop will fire down at Thomvel with a 18 to hit. for
That hits.
5 piercing damage. Then the 2 on the ground. One will take a swing at Rusty with a 7 to hit, and the other at Voka with a 22 to hit
This will hit.
for 5 piercing damage, or slashing damage with the scimitar. Then the captain. The captain is certainly going to try and deal with this net. You can either make a DC 10 strength saving throw or attack the net with a goal of 5 damage.
Slashing damage. We'll destroy it.
Yeah. He'll make an attack at the net. What's the net's AC? AC 10. So it's basically the same. Well, his attack bonus is a lot better than his strength saving throw bonus. So he will slash, ripping out with his sword, easily annihilating it with a 25. It's his average damage is more than... I'll give you a chance. I've been using average damage this whole time, but to be nice to you guys, I'll roll for this one in the event that it's not enough. So we shall see.
So benevolent.
That is benevolence.
You're a benevolent god.
Just to see if this somehow takes him a second round. So it's a D8 plus 2. He does exactly 5 damage to that nuts. He will then use his second attack to bring the whip down across in front of him. Rusty and Thomvel, you can both make dexterity saving throws.
22.
Very good. Rusty, you will take 5 or 6 slashing damage.
Rusty is down.
As the chain comes across, wrapping around Rusty's neck, it stops there as it spins around. Thomvel, you duck your head as the tip of it, which is now swinging around Rusty right next to you. You dodge backwards, avoiding it. It's around your throat as he yanks and pulls you down to the ground, and then flicks it so that it comes loose. Rusty sits still at your feet, Thomvel. That is his turn, however. Actually, it's... he'll just kind of move a little bit. Like, he'll move over to here. And we'll do this. You are unconscious. Actually, no, he's not going to move that way because that's stupid. He'll move this way. No, he'll move like that. Yes. Yes, indeed. And that's his turn. Thomvel, you are up.
As Rusty goes down, I will look at him and then over toward Voka and call out, just Voka, and then spin and slash at the small goblin. Once.
12 is
12.
a miss.
And twice. 9.
Also a miss.
Frantically spinning around, trying to grasp at something, failing to. And I'm just kind of like crouching beside Rusty. But yes. I move just a bit in this direction.
Very good.
J17 is up.
J17 is going to stand behind this archer like this, and he's going to kneel down and put his arms together, and you'll see a charge of electricity kind of building up underneath of his plate armor, and he releases this in a thunder wave. So I need a DC 13 con save from this little dude.
That is a 2 on the die, a failure.
So he takes 12 damage, and I'm going to blast him off this roof.
Yep, he flies outwards from the fall of 20 feet. I think you're good for 10 feet, so he's taking the damage of 10 feet, which is what, a d6?
Usually a d6 per 10 feet.
But ignoring the first 10 feet, right? Like, I don't think I take fall damage for the first.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he takes a d6 of damage. Or does this make sense? I think this makes sense. Taking an additional 4 damage for a total of 16. He is severely injured by that, but not defeated.
Not yet. And then the turret's going to walk over here. I don't know how to rotate this thing.
It's the one box that's pointing out from the corners and edges. If you click that and drag, you can rotate. But it looks like you're fine anyways. So you just move the turret into
That works.
the
I'm gonna
appropriate
blast these
space.
two with fire. That works.
They will both make dexterity saving throws. I guess it matters. So actually, it probably, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yes, one succeeds, which it takes 0 damage if it succeeds, right?
I think it takes half. Yeah, it's half on a success, so it takes 4 damage instead of 9.
Okay. Well, let's move this out of the way because I can't click on the tokens. This one bursts into flames, screeching as it rushes off. Oops. Rushes off, running this way, screaming out of its mind until it. Move this like that, and then I can do this. As he blindly, in his flames, runs into the other flames and vanishes into the blaze. You feel pretty confident that he's done so. This one barely hangs on after succeeding his saving throw. On the ground, set aflame, he begins rolling underneath the jet, the initial jet of the turret. He is able to roll actually closer towards the turret to get underneath the majority of the flame. Smoke is rising from his leather armor.
Then J17 is going to jump down. I don't know how diagonal movement works, but he wants to try and run up to Rusty, basically.
Sure. Can you give me that jump spell in the description?
It just triples the jump.
But it has no duration,
Basically.
right?
Until the spell duration 1 minute.
Oh, yeah. All right. Then
So
no
6
no
rounds,
roll
yeah.
necessary. You can make that jump down 20 feet and get right there. Yep.
Cool. And that's it.
Okay. Volka, you are up.
Okay, I will step down into here, and I will clap my hands together and make a thunderous sound, trying to waves of forces damage to these two. They need to make Constitution saves.
Is this the one that goes in a pattern around you? Is thunderclap, not thunder wave, so it's the 5 feet around you.
Yes.
You can do this, but first, as you move closer towards the captain, you will trigger his whip ability. So you can make a strength saving throw. A 10. You are pulled prone. You're already moved yourself next to him, so he doesn't need to pull you. But you are prone now. I don't believe being prone stops you from being able to cast the spell first, so you can still cast it.
I will do so.
You can use half your movement to stand up anyway.
I know.
You don't? Okay.
So
Not
what,
me for the moment.
what are they making Constitution say? Yeah, DC 12
DC
Constitution, right? Okay, the goblin first. A fail, I have no doubt, with a 7 on the die, and then the captain. 12 plus 2, 14.
Makes it safe. I stand up.
Is this a cantrip?
It is.
Yeah, you're out of spell slots. So he takes no damage on a
Correct.
success. So how much damage does the goblin take then on a fail?
3.
3 damage. Okay. Does he get pushed away or anything? I've never actually seen Thunderclap, I feel like. Maybe once. He doesn't get pushed away. That would be too good for a cantrip. Yeah, okay. Resounding noise bursts from Voka as this happens. And then did you say you stand up at the end?
I do. I stand up and end my turn.
Okay, very good. Grekna ain't doing much for y'all as he kind of whimpers, kind of runs down along this wall and makes it to the edge of the flames over here and kind of doesn't know where to go. 5, 10, 15, 20. He can get a little bit. God dang it. Let's move this like that. You move a little bit further. I assume moving to 25. As he kind of starts moving along the edge of the battle. And that's all he does. Rusty, make a death saving throw for me.
Let's go.
A natural
Ugh.
1.
That's not good.
Let's just look up real
Rusty's
quick.
on death's door. What was that?
That count as 2 failures.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Yes, 2 failures, I'm pretty sure.
That is exactly what it means. All right. The goblins. There's only one of the upper goblins remaining. Let's go ahead and dead. He will take a shot at J17. With a terrible 8 to hit. He will then back up a bit further onto the roof. He vanishes from sight to those looking up as he has full cover from his elevation. The 2 on the bottom. Oh, wait. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it doesn't. Whatever. I can't remember if this one is the one that got pushed off the roof or not, but either way, they're basically, since their initiatives are right next to each other, they might as well be on the same initiative. Doesn't really matter. This one will also, yeah, this one will take a swing. He's going to circle around and take a swing at J17 with a 9 to hit. God dang. The other one will slash at Thumbell with an 11 to hit.
That misses.
And then the captain. Woe is me, the captain. As he first brings his whip down across the 2 of you, you can each make a dexterity saving throws.
Those are both fails, 6 piercing to each of you. After that, he will do his bonus action, doing the buffeting thing, trying to push you guys away. For those, I think those are also dexterity saving throws. The same DC. Voka, you are pushed 5 feet away, or forced to retreat 5 feet away, as are you, Thomvel, which frees him up to move over to here, where he will then take a swing with his sword on J17. Wow. With a 9 to hit. 17's lucky day here. Just dodged 3 attacks in a row. His AC is not even that good. But that is their turn. Thomvel, you're up. How much health you got there, Thomvel?
As I get like pushed away from the chains, I'll retreat backward, but then follow him up as he flees, and then kind of like get on the ground and then put my hands, kind of like shove them into the cobblestones and be whispering something under my breath. A cyan light will kind of shoot up from the little gaps between the stones, and then spectral cyan colored vines will shoot up around the captain and try to entangle him.
Okay.
He makes a dexterity or strength saving throw.
I'm going to give you an option here, because I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but moving closer to him does trigger his whip ability. Would you like that to take place before or after you cast the spell?
I believe I would like to trigger that before I cast the thing.
Before. Okay, so then he'll do it now. So you can make a strength saving throw.
Oh, a strength, okay. 16.
That is a success. You resist the whip. And then the entangle. What does he roll for that?
Strength or dexterity, whichever is preferable. Probably strength.
That is a fail with an 11.
Wow. So he is restrained by the vines. That is all I can do right now.
And it's specifically restrained, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have the ability to break out of that, or does he make a save at the end of his turn?
Second. I will see if I can. Can I post this? Come on. Show me how. Here, I'll just copy and paste it.
Oh, this isn't even normal entangle. This is your channel divinity. I forgot about that.
It's a worse version, which is dumb.
Or be restrained while strained. Creature repeats at the end of its turn. Okay. Hey, he's guaranteed restraint for his next turn. That's good. All right, and that's your turn?
Yes.
Okay. It is 17's turn.
I don't know if this is the correct use, but I think it is. He's going to cast Mending on Rusty.
I like where your head's at, but unfortunately, that will not heal a Warforged. That will heal.
It says it can repair a construct, and Rusty is a construct.
No, he's not. He's a humanoid.
Mechanically speaking, yeah.
Okay.
Construct would be
Can he do,
that
like, a
turret
medicine
back
check?
there. I believe that you
Can
can
he do,
do medicine checks to stabilize someone who's unconscious.
Yeah, hold on.
And he will do that instead. Because Rusty is on death's door. Let's see. Medicine check. 13.
Not really sure what the DC is supposed to be.
It looks like it's a DC 10.
It's a DC 10 wisdom.
Yeah, it's a success. We will say that you are stabilized, which will negate your
does
need
that
for
mean?
death
That-
saving throws.
But I'm still at 0. I'm still unconscious.
You are still unconscious, but it means you're not at risk of dying if you fail the roll next turn. In fact, there won't really be anything for you to do on Rusty's next turn because you've stabilized.
Sweet. Then I'm gonna have the turret march over to here. Take a blast.
Make it work. I see what you're doing. That's fine. That's cool. I got it.
Hobgoblin has disadvantage on his dexterity saving throw.
He sure does. We'll do the regular goblin first. That's a failure. The hobgoblin will do the disadvantage. That is a failure. Oh, and the damage
8
is
damage to each.
8. Okay. This goblin, as you can probably guess, is toast. Keep clicking on the wrong ones. I think this is what I meant. Yeah, this is what you want, not the, I don't know, not this other symbol. Yep, these other ones are still alive. He vanishes in the flame. You hear a cry, muffled by the roaring of the jets, just next to 17. Is that the turn?
Yep, that's it.
Voka,
That's all
you
I
are
can
up.
do.
Alright, from Hell's Heart I stab at thee.
Good line.
Is Moby Dick. 9 versus AC.
A lot of ash in your eyes in hell.
That's not so good. I will stay here and end my turn.
Grekna is trying to sneak his way past along here. This captain is far too distracted to give a damn about little Grekna. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's just kind of making his way, kind of skulking along the edges, trying to get the hell out of there. Rusty, you're already stabilized, so your turn is moved. Yep, one on the top. We'll go ahead and take a shot at 17 again. Wow, this is the luckiest fucking forged in the world with a 7 to hits. Wow, lowest AC in the party and just keeps dodging. And then we
Did
will
you
go.
intentionally
on his
give
feet.
us an extra character with a low AC?
I intentionally gave you an extra character. Does he's not a fighter. He has his maximum. I made a character that made sense. The other goblin will attack at Voka.
Okay.
That is an 18 to hit.
Will hit.
That is, I believe, 5 damage. Splashing.
In the damage.
The captain is up. He is restrained this turn. So what can he do? He can do. His attack's going to be at disadvantage, no matter what he does.
the vines around him and the fact that you are his central goal in the first place draws him towards you. 17 can make an attack of opportunity if he would so
He will
like.
do so.
Can he move? He's restrained.
Oh, you're right. He can't at all. That's the whole point. Never mind. He doesn't do that. That means his only option is to take an attack at J17 with disadvantage. That is a 17 to hit, even with disadvantage. See, I knew his luck would run out eventually.
He casts shield.
Nice. Very good. Yep, that is a miss. As the blade is deflected, J17 bringing his forearm up and just a quick blast of energy coming from, we'll say, the palm, as you can see that light in the center of it, Iron Man style. Trying to think how restrained will affect. Yeah, I mean, his other attack is a saving throw based thing. So I'll say that he'll do it. And the only target he can use that he can hit are the turret and J17. I don't know how to treat hitting you, Rusty. I don't know how to treat that.
I am lying on the ground, so I don't know what the attack is like.
Yeah.
It's like coming down. It's
Yeah,
like
it's a
swinging.
whip going across. Yeah, it's not going to hit you. So he's going to do the whip thing, but since this isn't a normal attack roll, I'll say that the turret and J17 can have advantage on their saving throws. Kind of the equivalent
Kind of dex save?
Yeah, dex saves as the whip comes across.
18 from J17. And the turret gets no bonus. 16.
Those are both successes. Turret just its little crab legs, the joints, the one joint it has, the knee, it just kind of collapses and lays flat onto the ground as the whip goes over its head. 17 swinging that arm around and batting away the whip as it does so. At the end of his turn, he will attempt to make the saving throw again for the entanglement, which is a strength or dexterity. A natural 1. He remains restrained. And that is his turn. Bambo.
Leaving as J17 comes to Rusty's aid, I will kind of like spring backwards, leaving Rusty in his care, and am going to just kind of like lunge directly at this goblin, as if I'm pushing him into the wall, but I'm just like slashing at him twice, and then I'm going to end up here. Dude,
I gotta scroll down.
12 to hit for attack 1, 15 to hit for the second one.
The 15 is a success.
Okay. 5 slashing damage.
Just enough. How do you finish that goblin off? You kind of skate past him and twirl once just over his head. He ducks down as you're coming, and just as he spins around sort of to taunt you at the miss, he doesn't expect the follow through of the second slash, which takes him right across the throat as he's cut short in his mockery and falls.
How much of an overhang is there on this roof? Like, can I get under here?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, sure.
I'm basically trying to take cover from the archer up top.
Yeah, I'd say that that's effective.
Okay. That's my turn.
Okay, 17 is up.
So the chain master is restrained, right? So I can get advantage if I try and attack him.
That's right.
But no, he's gonna do that. He's just gonna pull out his mace and just come straight down on his head.
Go for it.
I'm not sure I can roll.
You hit shift and click to get advantage. You should see a green plus sign appear once you hold shift and hover over it. Or you can just roll it a second time. 18 and 20.
20 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That'll do it.
So I take the damage from the second one.
Well, this is kind of why you should do advantage. I'll be nice and you can take the 5.
Taking the 5. So it brings his mace straight down on his head. Clunk.
Absolutely.
Then
To your alarm, to 17's alarm, this goblin is still looks like he has plenty of energy for the fight.
the turret is also going to blast him.
Got it.
So dex save 13.
With disadvantage. He has an 11. It's a fit.
It's only 3 damage.
And so he takes it.
Take that 3 damage.
He surely does. Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, Voka, you are up.
Okay. He's still restrained?
He is. Which let's put a marker for this.
Okay. I will attempt to stab him through the face, as is my right.
As is your right. Moving towards him does activate his ability. Being restrained doesn't stop him from being able to do that, so you can make a strength saving throw. That's a success. So no effect. As the
Booming
you
blade
dash to
through
the
the face.
sides, the whip comes down. You can make your attack. With, well, 21, yeah, so that's a hit.
And then the thunder. Not that he will be moving. Ooh, big one.
3 damage per now as you come down, slicing him.
10 feet. Yes. I will move 10 feet back.
Very good.
End my turn.
All right. Grekna is now face to face with you. Says, "Sorry, not exactly much for a fight." As he kind of scampers off, kind of rotating around this building here. Rusty, I suppose, is just out of it, as there are
Still down.
But yeah, I believe one of these
nobody
people
has
has
any
the
heal
tracker.
spells left.
This guy is going to go ahead and move down a little bit and take a shot at Voka with an 8 to hit. Man, this guy just has not been able to roll. The captain will go. Once again, he cannot move, so his options are pretty limited. He's going to do the same thing he did last time. First, he'll take an attack with disadvantage on J17 with his sword. That is a 17 to hit.
That'll do it.
Okay. That is 6 slashing damage from the longsword. Then the turret and him can again take dexterity saving throws with advantage. Is that you? Hold on.
16 for J17.
Okay, cool.
Oh shit, that was...
That's okay. It says your name.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. It says your name, but it also says J17 at the bottom, so confusing.
And then, yep, for the turret, just okay. Oh, well, 11 and 18. 18 is a success. Yep. Okay.
That's how advantage works, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you add 'em.
If I can see the totals, then that's all good. Cool. That is his turn. Oh, at the end, he will definitely check to see if he can break free from this. He just needs a 13, right?
He needs a 12.
Oh. Okay, he's got it this time. With a 15, he rips free of the vines that have been holding him in place. But that's only at the end of his turn, right? So he can't really do jack with it. And Thumble, you are up.
So as I get up against the wall after slaying that goblin, I'm like looking over at Voka, and we lock eyes, and then we like do a little nod, and then just like spring forward from the wall, almost simultaneously, but not quite. Rushing toward the goblinoid or the hobgoblin captain.
Sure.
Voka gets his sword in, and then I come in.
Just as you approach, you see him ripping off the vines and getting ready for your assault.
Does he do his thing?
I don't believe he can.
Okay, so I'll do like a 8 form motion with my sword, and I'll swing twice.
Both are misses against the captain. As he turns your blade aside both times, kind of batting from side to side in between the two slashes of the staff.
Okay. I'll end my movement there, though.
Okay. $17.
Real quick, how does range work? Range stuff. It's like I have a range of 30/120. What does that mean?
So after
Short
30
range,
feet,
extended range.
yeah, exactly. So after 30 feet, you can attempt the shot, but you do so with disadvantage on the long range. After the second number, after 120, it's just not. You're just automatically failing the shot.
But I can hit somebody within 30 feet. Like I don't have to be 30 feet away to do it.
Yeah. Anyone, you can target
Okay, cool.
anyone within 30 feet. Now, if you're targeting the guy that's right in front of you, I believe you get disadvantage on a ranged attack when on an enemy that's 5 feet in front of you.
I think J17 is gonna drag Rusty's body out of the way, if possible. I think that means half movement.
So you could drag you 15 feet. Oh, sorry.
Something like
Put it in
that.
there. That's fine.
And then he's gonna turn around and throw a javelin at this guy.
Sure.
Nine to hit.
A 9 is not a success, unfortunately. Thomvel, you see the javelin pierce into the side of the wooden wall just to your left.
And then a second later, you see his big ass wall of flame come just short of Thomvel as I roast this guy again.
We will make a dexterity check normally this time, but fails regardless.
4 damage. Chipping away.
He is thoroughly singed.
I hit him like 4 times with this turret.
You sure have. I think you're really the only one who's been doing damage to him.
Yeah, that's it.
Voka,
Don't got any more moves.
you are up.
Okay. I will attempt to reach out with lightning lure and pull this man to me. DC 12 strength save, or take 6 lightning damage and be moved 10 feet at into my range.
He has a 17 on the save.
Then he takes no damage and nothing happens.
Brutal.
I move down here.
You see Gretna hiding. Hey, I'm not gonna judge if you get behind us.
I too will get behind things. I live with Grekna now.
Very nice. Yeah, Grekna will. You're not sure anymore as Grekna's turn comes up. Who is hiding behind who? Rusty still unconscious. And then we shall have just the goblin on top. He will take a shot at 17 once again. Come on. Wow, this goblin cannot fucking roll. It's a 12. God damn. This thing just keeps missing.
Do it.
Yeah, he'll take a step back. The captain. Oh, the captain. I believe there is nothing stopping. Yep, he can do all that if it works. He will start by using his bonus action to whirl the chain around him. Both the turret and Thombo can make dexterity saving throws to see if they're pushed away. That's
19.
a success.
6.
That is a failure. Turret is pushed 5 feet. Actually, oh, you know what? The turret's not close enough there for that to make sense. The turret stays where it is. Yeah, my bad. Okay. He will take an attack at you, Thumbell, with his longsword. With an 11 to hit. He will curse for a moment as he steps away from you. Are you taking an attack?
And I'm gonna take his
Takes
arm.
1 lightning damage.
Oh, I forgot about the light. Okay. Are you taking an attack of opportunity?
I sure am. I'm taking his arm right now.
Sure.
Let's go.
18's good. 18 will do it.
Let's
I mean, it'll hit him.
go. It's only 6 slashing damage though.
Very good. He is definitely starting to look worse for the wear at this point. As you slash at him, he grunts, but then focuses, bringing the whip down on both the turret and J17. They can both make dex saves. Have you been tracking the turret's health, my dude?
Yes.
Okay. Those are both
12 and 11.
failures. They will both of them take 6 piercing damage or slashing damage.
All right. Both 17 and the turret are looking pretty rough.
Yeah. I think he will. Yeah, he's going to move around here, just on the edge of the flames, getting just behind 17. And that will end his turn. What do you guys think? Should we finish this out or should we leave it for next session? As we're clearly coming into the end game here.
I think we should finish it out. He's almost dead. And also, we're almost dead.
Ending soon, one way or another.
Okay. Thomville, you are up.
He could come back to a TPK. It'll be great.
It'll just be the party of Salamis next week.
I step forward slightly and look to contemplate for a moment. Go back and forth on my feet a few times, knowing that if I advance further, he'll probably throw his whip at me and try and pull me in. But I decide to go for it anyway. And I assume he does.
I'm deciding. Yeah, he'll go for it. You can make a strength saving throw.
6.
That is a fail, as he knocks you prone and pulls you towards him.
So I'm prone.
Mm-hmm. We'll say that means prone.
I still have movement left.
You do.
Can I use it to immediately stand and then attack him?
How much movement do you have? I'm not sure if you have half your movement. Weren't you in this square?
1.
You don't have half your movement left.
Okay, so I can't fully stand. Let me see. And if I'm prone, then I attack with disadvantage. If I were to shove instead, would that be making an athletics check with disadvantage?
Yeah, I mean, you're on the ground. Yeah, it would definitely be a disadvantage.
So then, I will do my best kind of hobble horse spinning attack while on the ground with my sword, and I'll do that twice. Nope.
A 14 will not do it, unfortunately.
Okay.
$17, you are up. Voka, you are on deck.
This guy willingly stood next to this big ass thing of fire, so 17 is just gonna try and push him in.
Sure.
So it's opposed strength, I believe.
Makes sense
or
to me.
athletics. Let me just double check. Let's see. 19.
That will beat his 8. You can push him back 5 feet into the flames.
Into the fire.
He will you will see the flames licking at his boots as he gives a roar. I will say that that can deal d6 of fire. That's 4 damage.
And then he's going to take some more fire damage as the turret waddles up.
Sure, that'll cut it.
Like that.
He'll make a dexterity saving throw with a natural 20.
Oof. He'll still take 4 damage.
Okay. Very good. Is that 17?
He still has his movement. He's going to move Rusty again. Because he doesn't want his brother to get knocked by one of these chain attacks. So half movement is 15, so he's gonna go kind of like that. So we're not standing in a line, so he doesn't get us with the line attack.
Okay.
That's turn.
All right, Voka, you are up.
"30 feet, and I will take the dodge action.
Okay.
I am done."
As you're leaving, you see Grekna kind of scrambling up the side of this building, climbing it to get up on the roof. Kind of on the lower roof of the two. Rusty still unconscious. Probably a pretty good thing that you got stabilized, because who knows how many dice you would have rolled by now. The ever faithful archer. He will take a shot. He has one person dodging and one person prone. He's gonna shoot at J17. Oh my goodness, with a 15 to hit.
Woo! We did it. We hit the robot.
At last.
What is the short bow's range?
Short bow's range is 80 on the lower side. 8320.
Oof.
That is 5 damage to J17. Is that only like the second time 17's been hit?
No, he's been hit 4 times so far.
All right.
I know because I'm doing it paper and pencil because I don't have access to the full character sheet.
You don't? How have you been doing his... Oh, are you just looking, but you can't roll stuff off it?
Yeah, you can roll stuff off it, but I can't like make changes. I can't change his HP, and I can't like check off spell slots and stuff.
Oh, that's
I'm
odd.
just doing it paper and pencil.
Okay. Well, cool. All right. That is the goblin's shot. He shot his shot. The captain will step forward. He's going to step over here. He'll take a longsword attack with advantage against Thomvel. With a 25 to hit.
That hits.
That is 6 slashing damage, I believe.
Okay.
Then he will step to the side and bring the chain down on the turret in 17 for dex saving throws.
It's a nat 1 from J17.
And a 10 is a
10
failure.
from the turret.
That is 6 damage to both of them.
They are both destroyed. Well, the turret's destroyed. J17 is unconscious now.
Thomvel, you turn from the blow that just came down above you and see J17 ripped from his feet. The turret explodes just to the side of you. Captain walks back to loom over you once more. Looking down, smile crawling across his face. You can see him tighten the chain around his fist, clutching the hilt of his sword, and blood drips from his own hand. It is your turn.
I'll like scan the environment and then spring myself up onto my feet, swinging at him twice in one smooth motion. First one hits, I assume. 17?
It does.
5 slashing damage.
You can see he's becoming exasperated as you slash across him, but there's still the look of victory in his eyes as he spits some blood backwards. You can still see a little smoke coming from the back of his cuirass.
I'm wobbling back and forth, heavy breathing moves my whole chest back and forth. A glimmer of rage that is rare to see in Thomville is ever present for those awake to witness it.
"17 can make a death saving throw.
All right. Can't do it on the thing. I'll just roll a d20.
It's fine.
6.
Even with his Constitution modifier, I'm pretty sure that's a failure.
Did you get addition to death saves?
Actually, he's an artificer. I'm pretty sure he's proficient in Constitution saving throws. Can you look on the
Death
sheet?
saves?
Well, a death save is a Constitution saving throw.
He
Is
has
it?
proficiency in con
Wait,
saves.
is that real? That's real, isn't it? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
I could look it up, but but
Rusty's
everybody else has
also
a head
proficient.
start.
But, yeah.
Oh, it just says
So
roll
what
a
does that mean?
d20.
He's just at his.
So no bonuses at all, actually. It's just D20, just 50-50 whether you pass or fail. All right, never mind. It's one failure. Okay, Vulcan, you are up.
I will move here, and I will do a lightning lure to pull him through Thomvel's space to me here.
Sure.
DC 12 strength save.
And as you step towards him, you can also
Come
make
now.
a strength save.
Is this 15 feet?
It sure is. Three squares, that's how his whip works.
Okay.
He is failing his save. And you are succeeding on yours. He tries to bring the whip down, and instead you bring your lightning lash, wrap that around his whip, and then twist that around your own wrist, and yank forward. You can pull him, what, 10 feet?
Yes.
Oop. You yank him towards you.
7 lightning damage, and I am spent.
Grekna is now out of sight for any of you as he scampers across the roof of this building. This guy will take a shot. He'll take a shot at Voka. $11 to hit. The arrow
Is missed.
zips past you. The captain. The captain will. He will whirl the chain once more over his head, so you can both make saving throws to see if you're pushed 5 feet away.
That's dexterity saving throw?
They are dexterity. The only one that's strength is his reaction ability.
Even worse.
So you are not affected, Thumbo. Yeah, I don't think he can get any bonus, any multi here. He'll take a swing with his sword on you, Thumbo. 25 that hits.
That hits.
It's 5 slashing, or 6 slashing.
And I'm down.
It's all on Voga.
He'll look down over you, Thumbo.
As I lose consciousness, I'll spit in his face.
He'll kind of laugh, wipe the blood off of his cheek and smile. Bana, he says. Chatur like yourself. Atcha, so, he says. And he'll turn around. Now, he's going to bring the whip down right on you as you fall. Being unconscious, that's an automatic failure, I'd say, on a dexterity saving throw. So you can take 1 failed death saving throw. As he then turns and looks at Voka, stepping up to him. You can make another death saving throw, Thombo.
How do I just roll? Here we go. Critical. Did that not go in the chat?
It did
I
not.
saw it. 20.
That's
I see it on the roll on the D&D Beyond.
And so do I. Does a natural 20 mean that you automatically stabilize, I think?
1 hit point.
Yes.
really?
From beyond the grave.
I just thought it was 2 successes. But if I come back with 1, is that still the end of my turn?
It's still the end of your turn, yes.
Okay. As he walks away from me, I do the most anime thing ever.
Japan twitches. The eye opens. You see him turned away from you, walking towards Voka.
Camera pans over, and I'm like getting up off of one knee, wiping blood from my face.
17 can make a death saving throw.
$19.
A 19 is a success for 17.
So it's 1 success, 1 failure.
Voka.
I will attempt to stab him, and I will fail.
Unfortunately so.
I end my turn.
You're exhausted as he bats the attack away. Literally just using his arm, which has parts of the chain wrapped around it, just swings, stopping the blade upon essentially a bracer. Let's see, Grekna's out, Rusty's out, This goblin is caught in a moment of awe. He does not notice Thomvel, who has not even stood up yet, which you are prone, by the way. He will take a shot at Voka. That's all he can really do. With another 11, another miss. Captain, still unawares of Thomvel recovering, will loom over you, take an attack with his longsword. Only a 10 to hit. He'll kind of growl and try to bring the chain across you. That's a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
That is a fail.
Correct.
He will deal 6 slashing damage to you.
I am unconscious.
Oh man. Oh, Thomvel.
One party member with 1 HP left.
So if he doesn't know I'm conscious, and I manage to step the 5 feet forward into attack range without him noticing me, I get advantage on an attack roll, right? Because an unseen attacker, right?
He really does think that you are done for right now. I'll give you a shot at that. Yeah, if you wanna make a stealth check. He definitely gets to make an opposed roll. He is, after all, in a combat setting right now.
Oh, only an 8.
You know, it's really cocked, but part of it is a 1. I'll say that he does not notice you.
Dragging myself off the ground, I will kind of like push myself up onto my feet and let the momentum carry me forward into a run as I like grip, in a rare occasion, the sword with both of my hands and all of my strength and just like almost baseball bat swing it at his neck.
I knew it was gonna happen! I fucking knew it was gonna happen! I fucking just oh my god! Oh. What did we agree last time? We agreed maximum damage on one die and then you roll the other. So with your 2d4, that's 8. And then you roll another 2d4. And then you add 3.
I roll the damage and add 8 to it.
Yes.
Right? 16 damage.
How do you want to do it?
Oh my god! Ah! You know what? I'm amending this. I'm not swinging for his head. I'm doing exactly what I said I was going to do. I am taking the arm clean off with the sword.
He spins around at the last second, just in time to see the flames behind you, the rage in your voice as you dash towards him. You see him try to turn around to bring the sword down, and that's when you slip just upwards, catching him in the armpit, severing the arm clean. It flies up and is caught in its upward momentum by the chain attached to it. It falls towards the ground. He looks at you. He looks at his shoulder and looks up at you. As the blood begins to spurt out.
So, yeah, I'm just kind of half standing here, breathing heavily. One eye kind of swollen shut. That probably has to be the end of my turn. But I think, like, gripping one shoulder, I might just try and, like, get myself up under the roof here to get away from this archer.
Do you do any
last archer? in the party.
Because like that was my action, so I can't exactly like do a medicine check to stabilize anybody. All I
That's
can do
true.
right now is just get to safety.
But you don't deal him a final blow. I mean, he's defeated, but I don't know. I thought you were gonna.
Oh
I was
no,
setting- I was setting you up.
I'm not giving him the satisfaction. I'm just leaving him there armless. He can, if he wants to die, he can, but it's not going to be by my hand.
He, as you move, you're running towards that cover. I take it.
Uh-huh.
As you move away from him, you can hear him just crying out. He falls to his knees as he clasps his shoulder. You can just hear him shouting after you, "Jador! Jador!"
As I like kind of like fall up against the wall and I'm still just like clutching my side, bleeding. I'm just like breathing heavily, and then I like laugh and smirk in his direction. Maybe do a little wink.
Just shouts back at you, weakly, much weaker now. You can just barely hear him over the crackling of the flames. As he collapses. The goblin above you, seeing this, I think he's had his fill. Seeing his leader fall.
I had no way of dealing with him.
You hear cursing in the goblin language above you. And you hear the pitter-patter of feet on the rooftop as he makes his way and then leaps down this roof.
As I hear him,
I'm sorry.
right. As I hear him fleeing, I take that as my opportunity to just kind of like drag myself forward and examine Voka, trying to get a medicine check in as soon as possible. Can I do that? We're like out of combat.
You are, but we'll pick up on any medicine checks next week.
Cool.
Congratulations, you guys. I really thought you were done for.
Yeah, so did I.
That would have been so hard to explain to CJ. Everyone
Yeah,
just
we all
got in a
died.
fight and died right in front of you.
That short session turned into 4 hours, by the way, that combat.
It's, for some reason, 5e combat.
That was a lot of rounds. That was a lot.
Is it weird? I don't remember combat being like this in 3rd edition, even though 3rd edition was more complicated.
I don't know, I didn't play 3rd.
I feel like it lasted almost as long.
Well, congrats. By the hair of your chinny chin chin, gentlemen.
I fully did not
Literally as
expect.
close.
I fully did not expect to get so cinematic a conclusion.
It's a really good ending. I'm
Net 20s at the end.
I'm quite
Saves the
quite
TPK.
satisfied. 2 nat 20s. I just knew you were gonna fucking crit on him. I just knew it. This is what we do it for, boys. All right. To all of those who are watching, who have been tuned in this whole time, thank you so much, and we will see you next week. That is it.